Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Okay. Hello, Jesus. Welcome to tonight's stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. I'm just letting people know that I'm live. And I'll do the blue sky. Okay. You worked 14 hours. Oh, goodness, Jesus. That sounds rough. That's a lot of escaping. Hello, Nabiru. Alrighty. Well, I have something that I hope you all enjoy tonight. Oh no, it was very little escaping. Did you have groups that got stuck? Okay. One group made it. Oh, goodness. Ah, that's brutal. Okay. Go to the just chatting section. Come on. There we go. I was like, where's my model? With 18 hints. Oh my goodness. That's so rough. I have done exactly one escape room in my life. And we solved it. It just took us a little while. Hey, Noel, man. Good to see you. So, I am excited for tonight's stream. I'm always excited about writing streams. But I'm especially excited for tonight's one because I'll get more into it later, but I had this idea for a story and I shared it with Okusen, who's someone I like to bounce ideas off of. And Okusen told me that of all my ideas, of all my story ideas, this one was their favorite one I've come up with so far. So I'm really hoping you all like this, and I'm really hoping this turns into something. Looks like an ad's about to start for Twitch. All right. Inception sound effect. Yes. Exactly, Nabiru. Exactly, Nabiru. Most definitely, Noel, man. Innovation comes from experimentation. There's going to be a lot of experimentation with this story. It is going to be a different kind of story. This is not another food mech story. Okay, Silva. I'm glad to have you. I'm glad to have you, Silva. I realize you probably can't hear me because you said your computer is muted. But yeah, that's true, Nabiru. So there's one thing that, like, you don't think about how much time you're going to spend doing this thing until you're like on your own and doing it all the time. And for me, that is dishes. For years, I have been primarily eating microwaved foods and stuff that was just like very simple. And I don't have a microwave, so I have to cook everything. Which means there's always stuff to wash. And I've only got the one bowl that I took from the last place I lived. I don't think they mind. And I have limited pots and pans. Yeah, dishwashing is definitely something I've been doing a lot of. And like, again, since I don't have a microwave, I can't just microwave food. I have to cook it, which means there's going to be a dirty pan and there's going to be a dirty bowl or plate. I'm using disposable plates right now, but I'm gonna have to get my own actual plates at some point. And one of the things I wanted to do that I have wanted to do for the last year, I've talked about this, was practice making seitan. And when I talked about on Friday, the seitan I'd made that I ate on Friday was just really bad. It was undercooked. It was very doughy. And the sourness was because I put some apple cider vinegar in there in order to counteract the vital wheat gluten flavor. And since it wasn't fully cooked, the apple cider vinegar hadn't cooked out. And as I've been experimenting with these seitan recipes, trying to get back in the groove and pick back up, it's like when you're trying to pick up something that used to be a hyperfixation and you're like, I used to be really good at this. And you're like, and I'm like, I used to be really good at this. Why is this so hard now? And then last night I tried a different recipe. So normally I do the fry, simmer, fry method for cooking seitan, which is where I fry it in order to lock in its shape and size. Then I simmer it in broth to finish cooking the inside. Then before I serve it, I will fry it and have like a sauce or something with it, right? Yes. Very true, Jesus. It was just lack of muscle memory. So that's how I normally cook seitan. And I was like, well, when I went, since I knew there was another recipe that I wanted to try that involved steaming, when I'd gone shopping for supplies, I bought a little steamer basket thing to put in my pan. And I'm like, I have the steamer basket. I haven't used it yet. I might as well try the steaming recipe. No, the Daydream wasn't seitan. That's not even how you spell it. Seitan. Oh no, Noel Main. That just sounds like a whole bunch of piled up stress. So I tried steaming the seitan last night, and it came out so much better. Like the one I'd done on I cooked on Saturday. I cooked some on Saturday, and then I tried it again on Sunday, and that one tasted better, right, than the one I'd made on Thursday that I tried again on Friday. But then I tried steaming last night, and it was night and day so much better. It was a little bit frustrating because I kind of burned my pot a little bit because I wasn't keeping. I lost track of how much water needed to be in the pot. And I don't know. My big pot that I have might be exclusively for steaming now. Oh no, all the dishes. But the seitan was I feel like my seitan that I made with that was slightly overcooked. It was a bit tough and chewy. It was either overcooked or over kneaded and needed a little bit more vinegar added to it. But like having tried now slightly overcooked seitan and before undercooked seitan, I can definitely say with great confidence I prefer slightly overcooked because at least it's edible. But that was really enjoyable. I right before stream today, I made the other piece of seitan because I made 2 pieces of seitan when I was testing last night, and today I took I ate 1 piece last night, and the second piece I cut it up, let it marinate in some barbecue sauce for like 45 minutes, and then fried it up with some frozen mixed vegetables, and then I had that in some corn tortillas. Speaking of which, I'll be right back. I need to make sure I put my corn tortillas away. Give me 1 second. All right. So my corn tortillas were already put away, but my anxiety was kicking up again. There we go. Calibrated that. So I've been doing a lot of cooking, and it's funny. So I have nothing in my living room right now except for my router. And one thing I like to do is pace around, go in a laps around my living room for like an hour, 2 hours, just to get some exercise and stretch my legs and be standing up and all that stuff. It's not the best exercise, but it's something. It's a start. At some point, I'll get around to actually walking around outside or doing more stretches and all of that stuff. But right now, that's just where I'm at. And I'll daydream while I'm doing that, right? And I daydream about a lot of stuff. Speaking of Satan, I was talking to Okusen the other night about this idea, and then we started talking about other stuff, and we started yes, it definitely is nice, Nabiru. Oh no, Silva, that sounds so frustrating. Well, welcome back. I hope the stream is fun for you. So like I was talking to to Okusen about like my dreams of opening a Seitan restaurant, right? And I was just like spitballing stuff and just like joking around with Okusen, and I was like, I call it like the gluten palace or something, right? Or gluten place. And I was laughing that it'd be really funny because of how people are if I had a restaurant with gluten in the name and someone still showed up to the restaurant and asked if there were any gluten-free options. And Okusen had this idea about like you should call it glutinous maximus. And Okusen was like, maybe you start with a food truck. Get like a food truck and then eventually expand into a restaurant. And we were just joking about it, and it was funny. And it was just like, yeah, the gluten-free option on the menu would be all of the sides that don't include gluten. So like the veggies, the mashed potatoes, and the steak fries. And then I don't mean to laugh at you. Like I'm not laughing at you, Jesus, but that's just hilarious. Someone asking if the salmon is grass fed. But I was like, and I was joking with Okusen, and I was like, someone is undoubtedly going to try, if I ever open like a food truck or a restaurant named Glutinous Maximus that was selling like all the, and even had been big letters on the sign that says all of our entrees are made of gluten. There'd still be someone that'd show up and try to cancel me, or some influencer would show up and try to be like, this place only serves gluten. And it would be funny. I was like, I'm betting I could see people show up asking for gluten-free. Sneak in a piece of meat, stick it on their plate, and blame the server or chef. Be like, this is a vegan kitchen. Be like, if they're like, this is real meat, be like, that is not what that food is supposed to look like. And I could just imagine someone being like, I thought the name was a joke. Or I thought it was a meme. Be like, no, it's named Glutinous Maximus because there's gluten in all the food. For a while I thought it'd be interesting to like have like a side of the like, because the thing is, if when you're dealing with a gluten allergy, right, someone has like a gluten allergy, you have to be very careful and there has to be no cross contamination. So like in a restaurant that uses so much gluten in the food, right, you would need like an entire section of the kitchen that is gluten-free in order to make any gluten-free products that would serve to people who had a gluten allergy. So like even if I carried like soy steaks, I would have to have a section of the kitchen exclusively for that. Reminds me of the Food Wars episode when the food critic ruins all the food in the restaurant, then demands meat, so the dude makes a meat dish with potatoes. Yeah, the gotcha pork roast. I haven't watched Food Wars, but I've heard about that. Exactly. In a kitchen that works with powdered gluten, like, nice, Jesus. But yeah, so at that point, it would just be easier to be like, okay, we serve nothing with gluten, so that way you don't have to deal with that, and just eat the fact that like, sorry, we don't have anything. Well, yeah, because the show is gonna embellish things, Nabiru. But I don't know. It would be kind of a dream to have glutinous Maximus. When we were talking, I can't remember who brought it up. I was like, if Oku-san, if you, because I was like, if I win the lottery, I would do that. I'm like, but I don't play the lottery. So I was like, Oku-san, if you win the lottery. And they're like, well, that would be my goal. If I won the lottery, I would want to make my friend's dreams come true. I don't know if it'd be a dream or if it'd be like, when Okusen mentioned a food truck, I'm like, that would be interesting. To just like have a kitchen that I use for cooking large amounts of seitan, and then only have the food truck there for like in wherever it would go for like Fridays and Saturdays, so then load it all up on Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday night have a food truck and just have it only be open for those 2 days. I don't know. Part of me wonders if I could pull that off. I would probably need someone to handle the customers while I did the cooking. But like even then, I'd probably like I would be taking some hydroxyzine every work day. TTRPG about running a taco truck. Ooh, no, I've never heard of that. That sounds really cool, Jesus. So like that would be a really silly a really silly thing. Like I don't know. Sometimes it's just fun to just dream about like what it'd be like to be a more productive member of society. And I don't know, it would be different. It would be interesting. I don't even know. I was thinking it was playing I don't even know what gluteus maximus is. Okusen mentioned it. Let me see where. It's a butt, right? That's the butt, right? Yeah, gluteus maximus is the butt. Yeah. So weebs show up expecting fan service since it's like, oh, they're expecting big butts. So we joked about that. We joked about like if it was a restaurant, right? Have to have an attached bakery. Largest muscles in the behind and the hips. Okay. We joked about how it would have, if it was a restaurant, it would have to have an attached bakery to just completely come for Panera's lunch. To just be like, there's gluten. Because, like, you know, there's gluten in the food, and there's gluten in the bread. Have all the gluten. And just be like, have a stew, a seitan stew served in a bread bowl with a side of bread. So you get gluten with your gluten as you gluten. It's called Nigual. It's like Latinx futuristic fantasy where you are a descendant of Nagualese, kind of like shamans, and hunt demons to make sick tacos. Most of the conflict is more about the economy. Okay. If you came for cake, it'd be over there. Okusen had this idea and was like, there needs to be a butt-shaped bread. And we were like, I guess that could be a thing. And then I was like, fill it with chocolate. And then Okusen's like, that's actually a thing. And I was like, what? And Okusen sent me a link to this video of people making bread in the shape of corgi butts and filling the butthole with chocolate filling. And after seeing it, I was like, you know what? No. I don't. In my imaginary restaurant, I don't think I would have that. It is very cursed, Jesus. Apparently, like a couple of years ago, it was a trend. It was like one of those, I think, a TikTok trend to make this corgi butt bread. It was so cursed. It was so very, very cursed. And I was like, you know what? Actually, no. Actually, no. Well, yeah, I get cake artists, but like some cake artist is like kind of like creepy. Like when you get the super like hyper realistic stuff, it's just like, that's just kind of disturbing. Like I remember I saw a video where someone made a hyper realistic cake of a dog that introduced a real dog, and the real dog's like, oh, there's a dog, and was like looking at it, right? And then the person cut the cake in half, and the dog freaked out because they just saw this thing that they recognized as a dog just get cut in half and find out it's cake inside. And that dog just like freaked out. And that's just what I think of when I think of like hyper realistic cakes. I just remember that dog freaking out. Dog therapist is gonna have a field day. Yesterday, I daydreamed of a cool game concept. It's a TCG to MMORPG and a tabletop RPG. Basically, the cards can develop plus evolve and are functional within the RPG. Ooh, that reminds me of the show Dimension Chasers. And then practical, but very, yes, it is a very interesting concept. There is on, I think it's every other Sunday on Nell Celeste's channel on Twitch is this actual play thing called Dimension Chasers that has amazing production value. And the entire concept is that the if I understand it properly, the characters, so it's played with perfect draw, and the idea is that the characters are playing through a digital like VR game, like Sword Art Online style kind of game, except like it's not like Sword Fantasies. Like each dimension is something different, and they're traveling through the dimensions to get like there's a Egypt dimension, there's a dungeon dimension, and trying to like do stuff. And I don't know all of the stuff. I couldn't follow all of it because it was hard to like it was it's not that it was hard to follow, it's just sometimes it's hard for me to follow streams. So that's more about me than about them. And their whole thing is they're in this VR thing, and there was one thing where someone where I remember seeing one of the players was able to use one of their creature cards, one of their warrior cards, to open a massive door. They just summoned it and opened the door. And then another one where someone used the card to drag some treasure out of the pyramid that they were in. They used it, but the card would only be summoned for a few seconds, so they would have to do it, move the thing along, resummon the card, move the thing along, resummon the card, move the thing along. GX Season 3. I never really got into GX. Anyway, it's 9 o'clock, so let's get to the actual... it's 9:02, so let's get to the actual thing. So I talked a little bit about my daydreams. I will walk around and listen to music and daydream while I just kind of do laps around my living room. Sometimes I'll walk into the kitchen and just do different routes or whatever, just keep walking and while I'm listening to music and letting my mind wander, right? And I'd like to listen to like some like a lot of homebrew rules for like retrains and such. That could be interesting. I have a homebrew rule for my game that I plan to run where if you have the one move, take a break from the action or whatever, where like normally you can like add one card to your deck as part of it. I said you could choose to, instead of adding one card, to change all the cards in your deck. But you're changing up, like if you change archetypes or something. What, the chat not like one of your words? That's cool. I can't wait to see how you develop that, Jesus. So, I like to listen to like Kamen Rider, Super Sentai, Power Rangers, and a lot of that kind of stuff whenever I'm just like doing, like just letting my mind wander in daydreams, right? And like, I remember I saw you posting about it, Jesus. But I mean, like, I've glanced at it. I haven't like, I've seen bits that you've shared, but I don't think I've downloaded anything. I don't know if you've posted downloads up there on my Discord. Let me look. Pa, 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 pa. You did post a bunch of stuff about... Oh, yeah. I remember this. Yeah, Dimension Chasers is really cool. You can work on that, Jesus. So... And I have different kinds of, like... And I have So it's weird because one of the things I used to struggle with was maladaptive daydreams. And what maladaptive daydreams are, it's when there's like stuff that you can't really process really well in your everyday life. So you get lost in these extremely complicated and overly detailed and specific and immersive daydreams. To the point that you'd rather spend time in that daydream than in your real life, because it's just better to be there than to deal with the reality of your everyday life. And that's something that I struggled with for a while, right? And now a lot of things are a lot better for me. They could be better. There are things that could be better in my life. But like things are a lot better. So my daydreams have kind of shifted. But like at their core, a lot of my dreams are power fantasies, I'll be honest. A lot of my dreams are power fantasies where some character based on me gets to be a superhero, pilot a giant robot, save the world, be some kind of dashing romantic. Not that I'm unhappy with my relationship, but just like it's always exciting to envision these like crazy things, right? That are just different and like just different. And as I've started pacing, right, and doing laps around my living room and listening to music and indulging, there was one that kind of started developing in my head. It was kind of cooking. And then I would refine it. I'd be like, at the end of one of my daydreams, I'd be like, I don't really like how that came out, or that didn't make sense. It wasn't more of what I want. And I would just like fine tune it and tweak it and adjust it and adjust the storyline or the things and change this and change that and base it on this and base it on that. And I kept refining it, and then at some point, right, it was like on Saturday, I was at a point where like I was supposed to be cooking food, and I just was like, you know what, this daydream has become so detailed and worked out that I feel like I could do something with it. I feel like it could be like, not like, oh, I could invent this, but more like I could write this. And I sat down to start writing, and then I got talking to Okusen. We got on a call, and I just chatted with Okusen about it. As I was detailing all the stuff. And I didn't know. I was unsure of it because it was a power fantasy daydream that had grown into something a bit more complex than your average power fantasy, or at least my average power fantasy daydream. And I shared it with Okusen. And I don't know what I was expecting. Like, I don't know what reaction I was expecting because I was like, this is kind of just, it's a power fantasy. I kept everything, I tried to keep everything really grounded and based in reality to as much of an extent as you can in a sci-fi story. And then Okusen said something that I didn't expect. Okusen said that this idea that I was sharing with them was their favorite idea of any of the stories that I've done for streams or writing or novels, of any of the things I've told them about that I've worked on. This was their favorite. And I was like, oh, well, I guess I should probably talk about it on stream see if people like it. Anyway, now that I've described some of how I got here, let me describe the story. So this is different in a few ways than my normal story. One, instead of mechs, we're doing person scale power armor. So this is going to involve suits of power armor, as opposed to giant robots. So the scale is going to be smaller than the stuff I normally write. The second thing is there's going to be a romance that I want to feature kind of prominently in the story. Normally, if I feature a romance, it's a secondary thing. Like, I did something for Valentine's Day having an entire romance story, but like this is like something bigger because I want to make this into an actual novel. So, it is, let me just get right into it. Writing stream. Okay. So this story is called The Archangel Armor. Yes. Like Kamen Rider or Iron Man suit. Yes, definitely. Maybe a little bit bulkier than Iron Man suits. Like it's a little bit bulkier than Iron Man suits, but still like with a lot of flexibility and mobility. So, I have this document that's kind of my notes thing, right? And I've just been writing down characters and ideas. Infinite Stratos, 100 undefeated Bahamut. So I like to write a lot of super robot stories, but this is very much a real robot-y story, right? It's based in reality with as few super technology things as possible. So there are very few super technology things at the disposal of the heroes. The villains have their own kind of thing, but you can kind of be a little bit more loose with the technology of the villains because it's like it's more mysterious and evil and all of that stuff, right? So I didn't really delve too much into that because they serve as a foil, and I guess I could flesh that out some more. So there are two things that are at the core of what the good guys have at their disposal, and that is VDS, variable dense steel, and ERM, emotionally reactive metal. The variable dense steel is a special alloy that can only be forged in zero gravity, so it has to be forged in like an orbital foundry. And because of its structure, variable dense steel will condense, so it'll get more dense and smaller whenever exposed to electricity, whenever an electric current runs through it. The more electricity is applied, the more dense it becomes. The variable dense steel is used to make steel muscle, which are bundles of specially formed VDS that are stretched in such a way to make it so that whenever electricity is applied, they constrict and pull, so they act like muscles. And they have this amazing power to weight ratio. As long as you can apply electricity to it, it can pull, and it can it can enable some really powerful things. So steel muscle is what enables the power armor to move. Is the steel muscle that's made of the VDS. I based a lot of it on the Myomer bundles from BattleTech. Now, one thing, since it is going to have a lot of electricity running through the steel muscle, it's going to generate a lot of heat, so the suits need ways to dump heat. I'll get to that in a little bit. Then the one big thing that like makes this its own thing is the emotionally reactive metal. It's a special alloy that becomes a okay. It becomes electrically charged in the presence of strong emotions. For those of you who don't know, it works kind of like a magnet and a copper wire in the presence of a magnetic field. When copper wire or any electrically conductive metal passes through a moving magnetic field, it generates electricity within the copper wire. That's how generators and alternators and all that stuff works, is by spinning a magnet in the middle of a coil of copper wire in order to generate electricity. So that's how that works. This works in kind of a similar way, where when someone experiences emotions, when they experience their emotions, it produces a emotional field. And the stronger the emotions, the more potent the emotional field. And the emotionally reactive metal, when it is exposed to a strong enough emotional field, will start generating electricity. Will become electrically charged. And the stronger the emotions, the more electricity it becomes charged with. Now, normally, we can't interact with an emotional field. We're kind of going the way of like spiritual energy with that kind of a thing. And it's a thing where, while animals and people can instinctively react to that, with that feeling of vibes or aura, or if someone just has a presence around them of something that's driven by their strong emotions. And it's something that we can innately sense, but we can't normally interact with it. But ERM, emotionally reactive metal, can. And then there is the Brave Drive, which is a device that uses the core of ERM to generate electricity. It can be made extremely lightweight, and it can generate massive amounts of electricity. It has a very impressive power to weight ratio, and it's light enough that it can be mounted on a suit of power armor. One thing, the Brave Drive, even though it's called the Brave Drive because it's named after its inventor, Dr. Gregory Brave, who's another character that I'll get to in a little bit. But it can react to any emotion that's strong enough. But the Brave, well, because ERM reacts to any emotion, but a Brave Drive can be modified. And this happens later on in the story, where they learn that if they tune the Brave Drive to only one emotion, so it's only looking for one emotion, only generating power in the presence of one specific emotion that you tune it to, its range expands. And it can be used to draw power from emotional fields in a wider area. This is a thing that eventually the bad guys get their hands on the Brave Drive and make their own version that it feeds on the fear of people around them for their stuff. Then there's the multi-link Brave Drive. That is, it's an arrangement of 2 or more Brave Drives that are linked together. They produce a synergistic effect, increasing power output exponentially. Can cause emotional feedback on the subject. Only people accustomed to frequent fluctuations in their mood and emotional state can use more than a 2 multi-link Brave Drive at once. So, our main character, his special power, if it were, is that he has dealt with difficulty with his emotions and his mental health and all of that stuff for a large portion of his life. We're not dealing with moody teenagers. This is like, again, it's a power. I'll be honest. The original Daydream was a power fantasy self-insertion. That sounded dirty. Yeah, it is a fun concept, Nabiru. So the main character was originally based on me, but I took some differences and some liberties and changed things. But like, again, this is what happens when you start with a Daydream and work to something more. And so the main character is used to controlling his emotions because he struggled with his emotions for so long. He's very emotionally intelligent, and he can feel his emotions without letting his emotions control him. And what makes him so powerful is that he's really good at controlling the feedback. So when I say feedback, it's like if you use a powerful multi-link Brave Drive, instead of it just drawing energy in the presence of your emotional matrix, it can manipulate your emotional matrix, which causes your emotions to forcibly change. Let me write that down, actually. I want to So, the multi-link Brave Drive can cause all this kind of erratic changes in emotion. And the main character who's dealt with difficulty with his emotions, and like, he handles it. I know it sounds really simplistic. But I think it's pretty cool to have the character's superpower being able to control their emotions. And these developments of VDS and ERM and the Steel Muscle and the Brave Drive, yeah. Let me look something up real quick. Oop. Okay, so we're doing the thing where I have silly names and I play them very seriously. So the company that develops the Brave Drive and the Steel Muscle and the Power Armor is called Gao Inc. And Gao is the Japanese word for roar. And like an animal's yell or like roar, and it's sometimes used like in Gao Ranger or Gao Geiger to refer to like this roar of bravery and courage, right? But it's played seriously as it's an American company with and it's an acronym for Grand Artistic Operations. Yes, Gao Ranger became Wild Force. Yeah, Wild Force was really good. So it's played as kind of almost a pun here, where it starts as this saying Gao also is a way to make an anime girl see more moe. What's kind of supposed to be the sound animals make when they roar, like the sound a lion makes is Gao. So, but it is Grand Artistic Operations, and it's a civilian research and development company that is primarily focused on developing advanced metals using these very advanced technologies. And publicly, they recently announced the development of variable density steel, and they've just recently opened at the start of the story, they've just recently opened an advanced applied sciences department that is making the steel muscle. And Silva, are you watching? Can you ban that active awareness 9? Got a bot appeared in my Twitch. I'll do it. Can I do this? No, I don't need to block them. Do I have to open Twitch? Hold on. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Silva. Ban hammer, yes. You get to use the ban hammer. You get to exercise your power as the mod. The power, yes. Silva's on a power trip. Okay. So, at the start of the story, they've recently developed the variable density steel, and well, at least they've publicly announced that the variable density steel, and have started doing their development of the steel muscles, which could revolutionize it could replace hydraulics and revolutionize construction equipment. And so their first prototype to use the steel muscle and demonstrate its capabilities is to develop a suit of power armor. Why would you ban me, Silva? Are you getting ban happy, Silva? So they've announced the development of this armor that's called the Guardian Angel armor. But I know, I'm poking back, Silva. Uh, um, but they secretly have been developing ERM and Brave drives as a power source for the power armors. The base Mark I Guardian Angel power armors have extremely large capacity batteries on them. So you have to charge them through different means. And they're electric devices that need a charge. It can operate for a limited amount of time, but they promise that they're working on a power source, and they want to use the Brave drive because of how lightweight it is and how much electricity it can generate, theoretically infinite electricity, that's only limited by the emotional stability of the operator. And one interesting thing is, right, the Brave drive, with its potential to generate theoretically unlimited electricity, could revolutionize society, right? The Brave drive is an SCP. It could revolutionize society. It could solve energy for the world. It could lead to a utopian society, but it could also lead to a dystopian society. So it can have these big societal changes, right? Because when you think about it, it can go a lot of different ways, right? You could go with the whole tune the Brave drives to search for happiness and like feelings of contentment, and set it up so each house is powered by the happiness of the people living there. Or it could lead to like some dystopian society, like kidnapping homeless people and prisoners and putting them on torture racks and torturing them in order to generate sadness and pain, and just keep feeding on that to power their society. So it could go different ways. But what happens, see, absolute power corrupts absolutely if you know it's absolute power. What I mean by that is Gao Inc. has a very limited worldview as an American company. They're focused on making money, and they're focused, everything to them has a purpose. Like if they develop something, it is developed to accomplish a goal. In this instance, they discovered ERM and had no use for it because they're like, well, what do we do with this? But the Brave drive was refined and designed as a power plant to power the Guardian Angel armor. So throughout the story, all of the upgrades and developments and improvements that Gao Inc. develops are for the armor, because in their worldview, this power plant exists only for the armor. And it is a product they are trying to refine and develop so they can sell. Right? So that is their thing. Right? Now, the Brave drive is designed by Dr. Gregory Brave, who is an elderly researcher, and he was working on a metallurgy project to gather. There was an expedition, a drilling expedition, to gather metals through a deep drill from the mantle. I think it was the mantle. Yeah, from the Earth's mantle. And Dr. Gregory Brave identified that some of the metals reacted in response to human emotion. Haven't really thought about how he made that discovery, and I'm not entirely sure if it's important for the story, but that's what he discovered. And he studied the metal, and he learned how to duplicate it through a very expensive alloy of different metals, and then using extremely powerful electromagnets to very carefully arrange the particles and the formations in the metal to create the more ERM that is more powerful and more consistent than the stuff that you would mine. And just, even though it's so prohibitively expensive to make ERM, it is still cheaper to make ERM than to keep drilling down into the Earth's mantle and trying to find more, because not all the, it's like, well, I'm not trying to say that the entire Earth's mantle is ERM. There is other rocks down there. That was just a rock that was discovered. Now, so Dr. Gregory Brave, this character was originally based on an old boss that I used to have who was verbally abusive and very toxic leader. And part of me wants to take that idea of a leader and, I don't know if redeem it's the right word, but like show it, turn it on its head as someone who's healthy and learns from their mistakes, admits that they did things wrong. And that's part of the story of Gregory Brave. The Brave Drive is named after him, right? And he has a lot of childhood trauma and frustrations where when he was growing up, he was made fun of for his name. Not Gregory, but Brave. Because as a kid, it's like, you sound like a comic book character, right? With Brave as your last name, and he was made fun of for that. And then even moving on into adulthood, people thought his name was a pseudonym or a fake name, or that people thought that he had intentionally changed his name. People didn't take him seriously, and he was just at every turn frustrated by his name. And he came to be very bitter and angry, and but he fueled that anger. Well, he used that anger to fuel his improvement and his research as he got better as a researcher. And he grew up to reject a lot of the things, like he just despised children's cartoons and anime and all of that. And he has a daughter who is an adult. But when he was raising his daughter, he was very hard on her. He demanded excellence from her. He never said he was proud of her. He was just this brutal and toxic man, until she finally went no contact and decided she was going to have nothing to do with him in her adult life. Right? But later on in his life, he meets the main character, Jonathan. And something about Jonathan's honest kindness allows Jonathan to reach through and make a breakthrough with Dr. Brave and be a friend to Dr. Brave. And not quite be a therapist or a counselor, but be someone that Dr. Brave could talk to. So Dr. Brave opened up, and it was a thing where only in anime, yes. Only in anime are coworkers people that you could talk to and befriend. Well, it's not instantly. So, at the start of the story, that has been happening for years, right? I was actually thinking about how I would do this, and it would be a thing where um, the the researcher was so devoted to his work and angry that when he got stuck working on things, he would sit and stew angrily in his lab. And he would sit and stew and be angry whenever he got stuck on a problem, and he would look like he's in physical pain, right? Because he's like, and also, yes, Nabiru. I mean, it's a power fantasy. Of course, the main character is going to be the nice guy. Uh um So I was just thinking about this earlier, so I want to write this down before I forget it. So basically, um, old man was angry in his lab. Jonathan, seeing someone look like they're in pain, had to come over. Now, Jonathan, at the start of the story, was a janitor, right? Was a janitor who worked part-time. And he was cleaning up the lab late at night, and he saw Dr. Brave just being stewing and being angry, looking like he's in physical pain, and because he's compelled to help people, he had to ask what was wrong. Everybody else leaves Dr. Brave alone because they know he's going to snap at everybody. He pushed everybody else away. But whenever he snaps, Jonathan doesn't run away. Jonathan sees through the anger and sees the pain that he's experiencing, the loneliness he's experiencing, and is able to just like get him talking. And then as soon as he starts talking and he starts to relieve these it starts to relieve this pressure on his heart as he's finally able to talk about what's going on. First he starts talking about work, then he starts talking about his personal life, but this doesn't happen all at once. This happens over the course of a year. Over the course of a year of interactions, Dr. Brave opens up to Jonathan, which I think, even though it happens off screen, I think saying it's like it took time for them to develop that trust and that friendship makes it feel a little bit less anime. Not a whole lot less anime, because it's still the friendly main character that people open up to, but it didn't happen all at once, and it didn't happen for no reason. It happened because he was someone who could see through the pain, who could see the pain through the anger, and was able to reach him with an honest kindness over the course of a year. Okay. So, yeah. Main character reaches out to Dr. Brave and helps Dr. Brave deal with his problems. And by the end of it all, right, Dr. Brave is leading this after a year of this, of interacting with and actually having someone to talk to who's willing to listen to him, who's willing to care about him, and willing to see his pain through the anger. Dr. Brave has gotten to the point where he starts talking to his coworkers, his fellow researchers, and making friends and opening up. And by the end of his life, right, when he dies of old age in the beginning of the story, he is surrounded by close friends, people he cares about, where they are laughing and smiling, and he goes out with a content smile on his face and dies peacefully. Now, next character to introduce is Dr. Lisa Brave, his daughter. Now, growing up, she was dealing with her father being toxic and difficult and painful, and she eventually went no contact. And because she was driven to be more successful, she's a biologist, and so who specializes in genetic engineering, and she was driven to be successful because part of her strived to be good enough for her father, but he never gave her any kind of approval. She gets, after years of working for this other company called Shin Corp, she starts to have questions about what her research is being used for. And as soon as she starts asking questions, they fire her, and she's divorced with a young son. And at the start of the story, she's dating this lawyer, Jim Taylor. Now, Lisa is eventually becomes the main character's love interest because she breaks up with the lawyer. And so I'm trying to not be completely stereotypical love interest, but I'm trying to write her as a functional and actual fleshed out character. So as she's dealing with being let go from her job, she's dealing with having trouble in her relationship as her son and her boyfriend aren't getting along. She gets a call that her father has gone to hospice. And is in his last days. So she debates about it, and then she finally decides to go see her father. And she's expecting to see him angry and crotchety and alone and getting in fights with the nurses and everything else. But what she sees when she goes to visit him and finally make peace and finally talk to him is she sees him smiling, happy. She sees him joking and laughing with his friends as best he can in his weakened state. And she sees him at peace. And when she talks to him, he says that he's sorry for how he treated her, that she didn't deserve it. And he tells her for the first time in her life that he's proud of her. And then very shortly after that, he finally passes. She finds out about the main character and how the main character was his first friend that led to him opening up. And so she is suspicious of the main character. She's suspicious. The main character's name is Jonathan Grassi. And she is suspicious of the main character. She thinks that he did something to her father, that he like brainwashed her father somehow, or manipulated or coerced her father somehow to make him cause such a dramatic change, or that he was drugging her father or something. So she is extremely suspicious of the main character, and that's where they start with their interactions, right? She works for this well, she worked previously. Yes, exactly. It is definitely a lull. Let me just put that thought down. No, she's not the one being brainwashed. Yeah, so she thinks the main character did something to her father, which, like, even though she didn't like her father, he's still her father. So like, she's still like, if you did something to my father, there's a problem, right? And she finds out that her father, when he was in his later life, she finds out that her father had talked to Gao Inc. about bringing Jonathan on as a full-time employee. And as a kind of a last wish for him, Jonathan became trained in using the Guardian Armor Mark II, which features the Brave Drive. And that was what Jonathan's job became. So Jonathan's entire job is owed to the influence of Dr. Brave. So she thinks that he coerced her father to get him a better job. She used to work for ShinCorp. It's a multinational research corporation that researches advanced biological technology. They claim that the tech they're developing is for medical breakthroughs, which they are suing some of. But their main thing that they're actually doing is they are creating genetically engineered monsters that can be remote controlled. They are working in secret to perfect these remote control monsters, with the intention of selling them to different nations around the world to replace infantry, to replace huge chunks of the military with these monsters. And just like a lot of evil organizations, they have this, like, air quotes, noble goal. Their goal is to make wars bloodless, to create a world where poor men are not forced to fight for the whims of the rich and powerful. And then all fighting would then just be done by their monsters. That's what they're trying to create. But in the process of doing that, they're willing to do anything, kill anyone, and destroy anything that could get in their way. And they do this thing where they will launch their beasts to attack different locations of competitors, of rival businesses, or anyone who might be a threat to them. And it looks like a wild animal attack, right? But they do it not only to remove those rivals, but they pass the information of what they're doing along secretly to these secret liaisons to different governments. Specifically, it deals with the U.S. government in this story. As demonstrations of power of, like, look, our beasts are so powerful, they were able to accomplish this goal with little to no collateral damage or casualties, right? Look how efficient and capable our monsters are. You should really get on that whole project of replacing your militaries with our monsters. Now, later on in the story, they get a hold of the Brave Drive. Like, early in the story, they set up a situation where they launch a monster to attack Gao Inc. And they arrange for the attack to happen when all the primary operators of the Mark I Guardian Angel armor are off base. So the only armor operator on base is Jonathan. So Jonathan has to fight off this monster attack. And not only do they then fail to destroy this rival, since they were broadcasting this whole event to their sponsors as a show of power, they have egg on their face because they just showed their sponsors them failing to destroy one single armored opponent. And after that, they take it personally. and they steadily over the course of the story become obsessed with destroying Gao Inc. It stops being about a bloodless war. It stops being about their ideals or goals. Everything just becomes petty and angry as they just delve into these kind of cartoonish levels of villainy to try to destroy Gao Inc. and the main character. When they get a hold of the Brave Drive, because they're a multinational corporation with resources across the world, they could mass produce the Brave Drive and like corner the entire market on energy, right? They could do all kinds of stuff with the Brave Drive. But that by the time they gain the Brave Drive, they are so obsessed with destroying Gao Inc., with building a better monster, that they realize they can invert the Brave Drive by focusing it on one emotion and make it draw more power from multiple subjects in an area. And they build essentially a sci-fi equivalent of a tulpa. A tulpa is a mythological creature that draws its power from fear. It becomes more powerful the more people are afraid of it. It becomes an amalgamation of what people fear. They build this monster with the Brave Drive inside it because the monsters don't have emotions, so they have nothing to power the Brave Drive normally. But their Brave Drives, they're like tuned to fear, and it just draws all this power and has all this power to move its muscles, to strike out, to use different abilities. And it just draws all this power from the fear, and as it causes destruction, it builds more and more fear of the people around it. And it becomes this force of nature. And one like really cool cinematic scene that I want to have happen is the first time they fight against the tulpa, right? They're in the middle of a normal fight. They're fighting off these beasts again. Things are under control. There's a team of people using the Guardian Angel armor Mark IIs with the Brave Drives. The tulpa shows up. One thing is because of the tulpa's Brave Drive reaching out over a wide area, it interferes with everybody's Brave Drives. So then all of their Brave Drives shut off. Now their support squad are able, like they go to battery backup, but their support squad is able to get their Brave Drives booted back up. But by that point, they've got the fear. This thing has interrupted their power system. This thing is becoming stronger as it inflicts more destruction, and it becomes this like boss monster essentially, that they have to overcome. And at some point, way later in the story, towards the climax of the story, right? They set up a satellite network with massive Brave Drives in it that's able to draw power from the fear of the planet. That's a thought, Noel Main. Be manipulated by the elite while they make their workers sacrifice for the monsters' manufacturing. So if people were used to make the monsters, that's a thought. I don't know if I'm gonna go with that, but that's definitely a thought. So the bad guy tech, I didn't spend a whole lot of time fleshing out because it wasn't something that was super relevant for the Daydream, and like I don't know how relevant it's gonna be in the story, right? No, it's fine. I always welcome ideas. Noel Main. So, okay. So Jonathan Grossi. Now, fun fact. Jonathan Gorey is the inventor of conditioned air. Not the modern air conditioner, but the concept of using something to cool the air in a room. And there is a statue of Jonathan Gorey in DC, in this Hall of States that has different people who did advanced things and who were like important to each state. And he is the one from Florida, and I grew up in Florida. I went to DC one time and I saw this guy. I saw this statue, and I saw the whole thing where like he did experiments where he was using, I think, ice in order to cool rooms that he was treating patients of heat stroke in, and treating other patients in. And he found that doing that and cooling the rooms had this astounding effect on people recovering. And it eventually led to the development of modern air conditioning. When I was a kid, I said I would name my first kid Jonathan after Jonathan Gorey, but I misremembered his name and I thought it was Jonathan Grossi. And I was talking to someone one time and I said it, and they're like, no, that's not how that works at all. And I looked it up and I was like, oh. So the joke here is this is the main character, and he is named after my misremembering of Jonathan Gorey. Now, I don't know what kind of a last name Grossi is or what kind of tradition that could come from, but he is a black man with locks. I might play with this timeline a little bit. But so he has an honest and... Oh, Francois, thank you for the raid. Welcome aboard. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. All right, so for those of you who don't know, I am Oriansenshi. I am a variety VTuber. I do all kinds of things. And, oh, well, I welcome it. I'm glad to have you. Yeah, you came right in the middle of ads. The ads should be ending soon. Are you out of the ads, Francois? Are you out of the ads? You're back? Okay. All right, so I am Oriansenshi. My friends call me Ori or Orion or Senshi. I am a variety VTuber. I do a variety of things. I do gaming, I do writing, I do TTRPGs. And tonight we're doing a writing stream, which I'm sharing this idea I had. I had an idea for a daydream that kind of got really developed that I'm trying to turn into a novel. We're going to get to the outlining stuff here in a little bit. I am just explaining the characters and the setting, right? So this is our main character, Jonathan Grossi. He started as a janitor for Gao Inc. He loves mecha anime, but he's honest and he's kind-hearted, and he was able to... Hey, I'm glad to have you. And he was able to reach through the hard shell that Dr. Brave had around his heart, and became a close friend to Dr. Brave and help Dr. Brave open up in his last year of life and finally be able to make peace and all of that. One thing about Jonathan is he has very experienced with controlling his emotions. He struggles with a lot of mental health problems like depression, anxiety, and PTSD. And he struggles with a lot of these things, and that becomes super relevant because the super suit he's trying out, the power armor he's wearing, when he does his thing, is powered by the Brave Drive, which is powered by this ERM, emotionally reactive metal, that generates electricity in response to strong emotions. So Jonathan's special skill is that he can let himself feel different emotions without letting those emotions cloud his judgment or get in the way of him doing what he needs to get done. Which normally that's like, oh, cool, nice for you, good for you. But in this situation, that means he can consistently power the Brave Drive, and he's good enough at controlling his emotions that when he uses the multi-linked Brave Drives, which is where multiple Brave Drives are linked together, he's to create exponential power increase. It has an emotional feedback where it will manipulate the emotions of the user to like make them change rapidly and erratically. And he is able to control his emotions enough that he's able to survive and withstand that feedback from the multi-link Brave Drive. So that's our main character. And then there is the next character is Timothy Brave. That's Lisa's son, Dr. Brave's grandson. He's a young, very hopeful boy. He's a young, very hopeful boy who loves superheroes and just loves superheroes. He's little Timmy. When he meets Jonathan is working as a janitor, but he's convinced that Jonathan is secretly a superhero. So when he meets him, he's convinced that he's secretly a superhero. And Jonathan's like, well, everybody can be a hero in their own way. Kind of does that kind of generic adult talk about like, it's about being the hero you are inside. The real hero, the friends you made along the way kind of stuff, right? To the kid. But he doesn't like his mom's boyfriend. Now, remember, his mother, Lisa Brave, will eventually, over the course of the story, become the love interest of Jonathan. So, but at the start of the story, Lisa Brave is dating this lawyer, Jim Taylor, who's very serious. Timothy doesn't like Jim because Jim thinks that superheroes and video games are a waste of time and nothing more than modern day fairy tales. And because Jim doesn't like superheroes and doesn't like video games, doesn't like any of that stuff, Tim just thinks he's really boring and doesn't get along with him. And this is kind of funny. So early in the story, right? Jim, Timmy, and Lisa get attacked by one of ShinCorp's monsters. And as they go to run away, Jim, in an act of desperation, grabs Timmy and throws Timmy at the monster in the hopes that the monster will be too distracted eating Timmy for him to be able to get away. to create an opening for Jim to get away. Lisa instantly stops and is like, "No, my son." And Jim just keeps running. Now Timmy gets saved by our main character in an epic like anime moment where he just kind of like jumps in the way, catches the kid, and deflects the monster attack with an electrified sword, and then leads them all to get away. So, but then there's like a couple scenes with Jim after that, but like Jim isn't shown or interacted with very much after that. He's very much a minor character, which is kind of anime, kind of cliche, like cliche romancy stuff, where like the love interest starts in a relationship with some big city guy who eventually gets pushed out of the way. So that is all the stuff I have written down for my notes. So the basic structure of the story is going to be, we start with introducing, I'm not entirely sure where we're going to start, right? I want my big inciting incident that like drives things to be maybe the initial incident where the monsters attack and Jonathan's first fight in the Guardian Angel Armor Mark II. Let me actually make a note of that. Okay. Equipped with okay, so Guardian Angel Armor is the main thing that's used in the start, and then eventually the main character gets upgraded to the Archangel Armor, which is the 7 multi-link Brave Drive system armor. But the base Guardian Angel Armor uses the steel muscles for doing really cool superhuman things. And it has these radiation fins that extend out the back in order to release excess heat. That are in the shape of small wings. So it looks like these guardian angels with these little wings sticking out the back. And the Mark I is a very standard device with high capacity batteries for the power plant that needs to be recharged. And the Mark II is what uses the Brave drive. That is the drive that builds energy based on builds energy based on emotion. It uses the emotion that uses emotion to generate electricity. Okay. Okay, so now that we have all of that outlined, now we have all that like laid out, let's work on the outline. So what I like to use for outlining my novels is something called the 27-step method. I have a link to the video explaining the 20-step method done by its creator in my description. Why is that not where I want it to be? It was developed by Katie Tastic, which is funny. I learned about it from a different video, and I don't remember seeing the Katie Tastic video explaining it. And I hope I credited Katie Tastic properly when I've done this in stream before, because it's a really phenomenal thing, and it has been responsible for the 2 manuscripts I have been able to get through the first draft of. Has been exclusively because of being able to lay out and plan things out using the 27 chapter method. So I have a link to Katie Tastic's channel and to her video where she goes in depth with her thought processes behind the 27-step method in the description on YouTube. So you can just find that if you want to watch. If you're watching on Twitch, then you can just find that later. But let me get image. Sorry, I hope that didn't blow out your ears. Okay. I don't think I used any anime names. So we're going to look at Act 1 right now. I don't know if we're going to get everything outlined. Oop. There we go. Cool. So the 27-step method is actually really detailed. And oop. All right. Okay. Working title is the Archangel Armor, which is the 7 multi-link Brave Drive armor that he uses later in the story. That has all of the pieces based on the armor of the Spirit from the Bible. Kind of cheats because it's supposed to be 6 pieces, but it's 7 because the amazing number 7, and there's a drive on each boot. Okay. Why did I open... Oh my gosh. Why did I open... There we go. Okay. 1. Introduce the world in Gao Inc. I'm thinking I might... I think I might start in the hospice room with Dr. Brave. We start with the death of Dr. Brave. Have him talking about... Okay. So I'm thinking, I'm remembering. So I saw this meme that was like, my grandfather died the other day, and the last thing he wanted to do was to drink a beer with his boys. And you just see a picture of this guy with holding up a beer in a hospital bed with a bunch of men around him, all each holding up a beer. And I'm like, I'm thinking about that mental image, and that's kind of where I want to open the story. Dr. Brave throwing back a cold one with his fellow researchers, his coworkers, and his friends, and with the main character Jonathan, in the hospice facility, right? Dr. Brave's daughter Lisa comes in. She is floored. She comes in by herself. She has her son wait with her boyfriend outside the room because she doesn't, if her dad is being violent or whatever, she doesn't want to have her son exposed to that. Hey, it's no problem. Hey, Zeus, you had a long day, 14 hours. I shouldn't be getting this detailed because this is just an outline, but I'm getting lost in this. This is just how I do, though. Jonathan's backstory. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Son of boyfriend of Lisa. So I am using a method called the 27 chapter method developed by, I'm gonna remember this name one of these days. Consider how often I use this. Katie Tastic. And it is what I always use whenever I write, whenever I'm serious, whenever I get serious about writing. All right. A few weeks after Dr. Brave died. Why did I name the boyfriend? The boyfriend is so inconsequential, I forgot his name. Jim. Arrive at Gao Inc. Okay. Probably gonna do... How am I gonna do this? No. Jonathan's gonna give... So this is where Jonathan's going to be explaining his overview of what happened, explaining about his recruitment. Why did I... Okay, so this is where we had the inciting incident, where it's going to pick up a few weeks after Dr. Brave died. Jonathan's going to give an overview of what happened. Him becoming the training to be the operator of the Guardian Angel Armor Mark II. And then all the operators are invited to a tech expo to do demonstration of the Mark 1 armor. Hmm. Work on the daydreaming thing I mentioned just for fun. I'm thinking like a mix between classic RPG systems on perfect draw style customization. It's surprising. Yeah, that sounds really cool there, Noel, man. Okay, hey, I'm always supportive of people posting really cool stuff. As the sword strapped to his back because it makes him feel cool. I should just write down monster attack, but I'm having all these thoughts. We might run late tonight because we've outlined a chapter and a half. Mm. Um. Immediate reaction. Some kind of wild animal. Okay. So this first 3 chapters I have pretty well planned out. Like I've thought a whole lot about chapter 2. Um people. Okay. Block 2. Problem disrupts the hero's life. So this is the bigger reaction. So this is where, so we have all of that. Now we're at the, so we had the immediate reaction, which is what happens immediately, which is where they call the FBI. The FBI says there's nothing to investigate, and it there we go. The FBI says there's nothing to investigate, and Jonathan's lauded as a hero, but he sees the bodies of the people he couldn't save. So that's the immediate reaction. Now we get to the more long-term reaction, the bigger reaction, where things kind of rebel against the problem that's happening. Why is this falling over? Things are falling off of my desk. I don't know if desk is the right word to describe this. So this is where we have the reaction, where the big thing is Gowing starts to decide they can move forward with the Guardian Angel armor. Mark II development, start training the other operators and controlling the Brave Drive. And Jonathan starts to feel useless. He starts to feel like he just... Like before, it was he was the only one training on the Brave Drive. Now, it's become a thing where he is being... The other people are being trained on the Brave Drive. Yes, he has more experience and he has more control over the Brave Drive. But from his perspective, it's just a matter of time till they take that. Action. To please Timmy. Hello, YH, and a whole bunch of numbers. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot to the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Welcome aboard. We're doing I'm doing an outlining stream right now. Might run late tonight just because it's coming up on 11. I haven't even finished outlining Act 1. I don't know how late we're going to go tonight because I want to outline the entire thing, because I find having a strong outline is what helps me with being successful at writing. Okay. Consequence. All right, so this is the consequence of the action. The action is that he suits up. Uh, all right, Okusan. No. Okay, so this is the consequence. So the consequence of the action where he chooses to go and fight is that he's still fighting with his sword, right? And he has this burgeoning interaction with Lisa, and Lisa grabs the shield and throws it to him, and he's able to link with the shield, which exponentially increases his power output, allowing him to fight back better. Okay, this is where we have pressure that's pushing us, where there's pressure building up between the old world and the new world. Hot twist push. Okay. Pressure. Okay. So the pressure here is he's told that he's going to be overseeing the training to master the brave drive. So now he thought he was useless, but then he had to come running back into battle. And when he came running back into battle, it showed that he was able to control his emotions and feel his emotions enough to get a reasonable amount of power out of the brave drive. And he's able to fight, and seeing him fight rallied the others, helped them stabilize their emotions, and was able to bring things together, right? And all of a sudden, he's not the old guy that's getting left behind. Now he's the guy who's being put in command. This guy who's at the start of the story was a janitor and is now being put in command of this squad of operators, and is going to be in charge of their training and as they're trying to develop and refine this. Thank you. This is only Act 1, and it's going to keep escalating, right? And what happens here is that, like, because the main character is able to kind of unleash his emotions so much, he's able to draw significantly more power out of the Brave Drive than the others, which means he can operate, he can pump, he has more power to pump into his steel muscles, right? So he's able to use the suit strength to compensate for some of his own physical frailty. Because he is middle-aged, he's not as fast as he used to be, he's not in as good a shape as everybody. Yes, he's been training for a few weeks, but these people have been training in this armor for like over a year, and he was a janitor, and he was in decent shape before, but now he's like having to pick up with it. But as soon as he gets the shield, where he has the sword, the shield, and the armor for a triple multi-link, the power, since it increases exponentially, just equipping the shield onto his arm and linking it to his system, gives him drastically more power than any of the others. He's able to jump higher, run faster, hit harder than all of the others. Right? He can channel ridiculous quantities of electricity into his sword or his shield to shock and stun and electrify opponents as he strikes them to amplify the force of his strike. I saw this TikTok of this guy putting a lot of where I got the idea for this was because I saw this TikTok where this guy wired up 100 car batteries in parallel to try to mimic the power output, like the amps of a lightning bolt. And I saw some of the destructive power massive quantities of electricity can achieve. Like, it's not just about shocking, it's about like so much super heat that it will weld things together, it will blow things apart, it will just destroy things, and he's able to harness that much electricity when he fights as soon as he gets the shield. And then each new piece that gets added increases power exponentially. But he experiences a little bit of like kickback where, like, after the fight he's just like emotionally drained and exhausted. But it's okay. It's something he can deal with, and as it goes on, he gets better at dealing with it. But what he learns is that that this is a talent that he has, is his ability to control his emotions in the face of all of that stuff. But the others don't have that kind of talent, and when they start using the multi-link drives, they start going through ups and downs and manic and depressive things, going through all of these ups and downs forcibly as the emotional feedback destabilizes their emotional field. So it keeps escalating is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So this is where we have the plot twist, right? The plot twist here is Lisa reveals she used to work at ShinCorp, a multinational medical research company. She was working on genetic engineering to make cells grow into specific formations. Her research was specifically supposed to be used to grow more efficient organs for organ transplants. So like organs that work better than a normal organ should. But the organs in this monster show the signs of being engineered using the techniques she developed. Without access to any of her research, that ShinCorp confiscated, she can't prove anything. So that's the plot twist. Okay. Push. So this is something that is pushing us into the new world. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Just give... Oh, what's your Gridmon idea, Jesus? What's your Gridmon idea? I'm curious. What do I want the military to tell them? So this is supposed to push into the new world. So the new world is going to be the main character entering a situation where he's going to be on a regular basis going into conflicts with Gao Inc., right? That is the new world. Not with Gao Inc., with ShinCorp. That is the new world, as it were. So what's going to push him into it is going to be the starters are created by people and are manifestations of their true essence. Ooh, that's cool. Ah. I'm thinking a doctor character who creates the Gridmon that can regrow organs like a lizard grows a tail. Ooh, that's cool. How do you misspell? Could be like a horror story as the people saved by it develop strange symptoms, or a mystery story. Ooh. That would be very interesting. Who would be so this is one thing where I'm like, who would be responsible for dealing with wild animal attacks? Because you wouldn't go to the military for that, right? Would that be Parks and Rec? No. Animal control? Animal control? The military famously lost. Well, yes. Yes, they did. Okay. So that's the push. No. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it, chat. A new branch. Okay. Yes, animal control. We do not have the facilities for this, man. Yes, that is exactly what happens to Maine. They show a massive mutated wolf creature with 4 lungs and 6 toes and claws hard enough to cut through steel. And they're like, cocaine bear division speaking. Maybe I should watch that movie for reference. uh, uh, for a few hours, it was the most destructive, it was the most deadly creature on any continent. I'll never forget that meme. So up to this point, right? At the start here, right? He's put in charge of training them to master the Brave Drive and to put together a training regimen to... The goal for Gao Inc. is to eventually sell the Guardian Angel armor to the military. And so they want to have a training system developed so that way they can produce the Guardian Angel armors and they can hand over training documents to be like, this is what you need to do. These are the requirements to operate this equipment and yada, yada, yada. So at the start of the block in chapter 7, Jonathan's in charge of training the team to control the Brave Drive and to be able to feel their emotions and without like losing control. But by the end, he's told that they're not just training to do like obstacle courses, test runs, sparring matches, and everything. Now they're going to be getting trained for live combat, for real things, and because they become a PMC, they can start taking missions. They can start deploying as government. What would you call them? Well, essentially, as mercenaries. As private contractors. I don't know if I got that acronym right, but yeah. All right, that is Act 1. Oh. Now is around the time I'd normally end stream, right? But we've only outlined Act 1. I want to get the outline done. The thing is, as soon as I'm done with stream, I'm probably going to like review notes, go over a few things, and finish outlining everything. And I don't know, if I'm going to finish outlining everything tonight anyway, part of me is like, why not just do it on stream? You know? Let's see, how many people we got watching so far? You're writing a cool Gridmon horror story? Nice. Nice. I think we'll see. We'll do at least Act 2. You develop the organ idea a bit further. Cool, 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 cool. I think we'll do Act 2 and then see how I'm feeling after outlining Act 2. So we're going late tonight. Normally I end at 11:30. Let me save my work. Let me save my work. Hold on. There we go. Save my work. So the idea here of the 27 chapter outline is that there is this thing of setup, conflict, resolution going in a loop. You have setup, you have conflict, and then you have resolution. Right? And everything just becomes setup, conflict, resolution within setup, conflict, and resolution. That's what it becomes. Let me... Okay. Okay. And... Okay. Fun games, juxtaposition, build up, midpoint, reversal. Consequence, trials, dedication. Okay. So, New World. This is where we lean into the New World. The New World is him as essentially a mercenary. With this growing relationship between him and Lisa. Right? So let's see. What do I want to do here? So I want to introduce the new world, which his new world is going to be the growing relationship between him and Lisa. And trying to balance that with being a mercenary, right? And trying to grapple with his whole ideals and morals and what that means. Mm-hmm. Do. Fun and games. This is where he starts to enjoy the new world. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have it where now he's experiencing the power, right? Why is my phone going off? Why? I'm in the middle of something. Okay, I'm questioning how dark I want this to go. Because this is supposed to be the fun and games chapter where he's like feeling the moment, right? Yeah. When we go down to reversal or in the next block in the conflict, we'll deal with the morally gray and questionable stuff. Juxtaposition. This mission took about a week to... That a barbed wire fence. So this is where he's kind of feeling this pull between the old and the new world. He's seeing how things have changed. Okay. So this is block 5. Conflict. $13. Okay. Build up. Excuse me. This is where things start to get big. And then the midpoint is where everything changes. Right? So what's the build up leading up to the big change, right? Okay, Shin Corpse monsters. I need a name for the third corporation. So what's gonna happen here, right, chat, is that he's gonna go to this other company, right? Because he's being assigned to guard there. This is something I'm kind of just making this up as I go right now because I hadn't thought about this middle point. I've thought about like the beginning and the end, but the middle is the part that I haven't really like thought about, right? And what I'm kind of brainstorming for this is that he gets there and he sees it's this company that's trying to develop new power systems. And that's trying to do all of this this stuff to try to create a kind of just create a utopia. They're a third company that like they're trying to, how do I put it? They're trying to develop free energy for all in order to solve the world's energy crisis and in order to free the world from the grip of the oil barons. And he has kind of a crisis because up until now he's been thinking of the Brave Drive as just a tool for completing his missions, for operating his suit, and for defending the things he cares about, the things and people he cares about. But then he comes into a crisis because he sees these people doing this stuff, trying to do humanitarian work, trying to do all of these different things to try to make the world a better place, and he starts to wonder, what if we use the Brave Drive to solve, like, as free energy for everybody instead of pumping electricity into my sword? Like they've always joked that like the electricity that he generates over the course of a fight could power an entire city, right? That's been a thing they've joked about or they've talked about. But then now he's seeing this community that's trying to actually power a city and realizing he could do it. He has the power. And that's what leads to him to start have a conflict. As he starts to wonder if he's doing this the right way. Right? Because he has his morals about heroism, about helping other people, and always trying to help people, but now he's wondering if he's been true to those morals because he hasn't been solving the world's energy crisis. I need a name. I'll leave it a blank name for now. They've been researching alternate power sources to get electricity for everyone. Solve the world's power crisis. Okay. Now he sees a company that's actually trying to solve the world's problems and questions himself. That's his crisis. But see, I don't know if that's the crisis is supposed to lead into the end point, right? The crisis is supposed to lead into like the trials and the pinch and like things getting bad. I think I could go a different direction where it becomes a situation where he is what could I do? Could do a thing where he comes to see, he questions if he's doing enough. And he dedicates himself to finding some kind of a solution, to trying to convince Gao Inc. to use the Brave Drive as a to open up the Brave Drive to other users in order to try to create a better world. That's what he's trying to, that's the solution he's trying to find, right? In the midst of questioning himself, the monsters attack. Okay, so that's the midpoint. Reversal. Ooh, I got an idea. Outnumbered and facing an enemy. Because this could set up the next part. So the escalation is monsters, stronger monsters, monsters resistant to electricity, tulpa, then super tulpa. Yes. Ooh. Well, so here's the thing, right? The tulpa is, since it uses the brave drive, it uses electricity to power itself. So yeah, I would say yeah, that would be the progression where now their electric weapons are supercharging it. It's not only drawing power from their fear, but it's also drawing power from their weapons. Ooh, I like that. Hold on, let me make a note of that. Okay. Okay. Block 6. So what's the reaction here to this midpoint? Okay. Okay. All right. Actually, what? No, that's what I have a different picture in front of me. Let me see what this one says. Consequence. That's it. It's the consequence. I like that better. I don't know why this one says reaction. I have a thing that's like zoomed in on each individual act that I'm using, but it has different words. Consequence. Interfacing the Brave drive with So then their next step of their escalation is to use new weapons that use the, instead of just using the electricity to like shock things or to burn things, now they're going to be using the electricity to power other things. So in this case, it's going to be lasers, railguns, and superheated blades. Because, like, so before, his sword had a superconductive edge, so that way it could conduct massive amounts of electricity into things that he was cutting up in order to shock them as he goes. So then what he gets instead is a thing that doesn't conduct electricity very well, that's going to become super hot when the electricity flows through it. No, what's the next one? Trials. Faces the trials. Okay. Okay. Yes, with enough electricity and finely tuned, it becomes a vibro weapon. Exactly, Nabiru. Mm-hmm. Uh, so his trial is that he's dealing with struggles on two fronts right now, right? He's trying to convince his bosses to see the Brave Drive as more than just a weapon to power these to power their a thing to power their weapons, right? He's like, it would cost us literally nothing to like have someone plug in one of their battery banks to one of our suits and we could charge it. It's kind of like what you do with a Pikachu if you using a Pikachu to charge your phone. Hmm. I think I wanted to do something a little bit different earlier. I'm gonna change this here. Okay. Okay, so that's the trial, and then there comes the dedication, right? Yeah, dedication, where he's like, I'm dedicated to find a solution to this problem. Let me see. Act 3 is... Why is this not moving? Trials in the darkest moment. Darkest moment's going to be against the... So next act, we have the darkest moment. Is going to be fighting the Tulpa. And the climax is going to be the Super Tulpa. Okay. So... what is this going to be? I think this just becomes a regular battle. I want there to be a monster attack that breaks his, strengthens his resolve. Another electric resistant monster attack. Okay, a massive beast appears. Jonathan's squad. Okay. Oh, blah, 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 blah. All right, so that's that. And overwhelm the monster. Yeah. They multi-link with courage. Once they are multi-linked. They each generated enough power to run a medium-sized city for about a week. Okay. 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 We are outlined through Act 2. Oh my gosh. It's only 12:15. We're not actually running that late. I think we're gonna push through and outline the last act. All right. So Act 2 starts with him just being in the moment, loving fighting. Oh no, you're not too late, War Bandit Hades. I'm probably going to be going for a little bit longer. What I'm doing right now is I'm outlining my next novel. And I've outlined Acts 1 and 2, and then I'm going to outline Act 3, so that's probably going to be another like 30-40 minutes. So, but no, you're not too late. Why is that? So, with this, right? At the beginning of you were streaming Cyber Sleuth? Nice. How'd your stream go? At the beginning of Act 2, it starts with him being in the moment and like feeling, kind of just feeling himself, being, he's doing missions that he feels are morally good. Oh, 4 new people. That's huge. Great. Awesome, War Bandit Hades. So he feels like he's helping people. He's working to make sure nobody dies on his missions. And is trying to stand up for his ideals to help people, right? And he believes at the beginning of Act 2, he believes that he is an example of his ideals. But then over the course of Act 2, he realizes how short-sighted he was, and that these powers that he's using for fighting could be used for so much more, right? And he starts to have an internal conflict as he's trying to understand more of what he wants, and he finally opens up. For someone who's been so emotional, and this is also a thing where he hasn't been talking to people about what he's feeling. He's emotionally intelligent enough to know that he's having a problem, but he doesn't have anyone he can open up to until he finally opens up to the love interest, Lisa. And then Lisa does for him what he did for her father, where she just listens and lets him talk and lets him express himself, lets him get the stuff off his chest, and in order to deal with all of the stuff that's going on. As he's just struggling. Okay. Act. How did I do it? 1. Why did I do it that way? Why did I not do Act I? There we go. Cool. All right. Block 7. Okay. All right, and we're on chapter 19. Okay. Calm before the storm. Okay. This is a setup chapter, and we're just coming off of him having like a crisis of self, right? I still need to have a. Oh, your Lancer player is now license level 2? Nice! Nice, War Bandit Hades. I still don't have a name for the third company. Uh. So the good guy, air quotes, company, or the protagonist's company is Gao Inc., Grand Artistic Operations. And it's funny because Gao is Japanese for roar, but it is it's an acronym and it's an American company. And the kind of bad guy corporation, well, not kind of, very bad guy corporation, is ShinCorp, which is a multinational corporation that claims to be a medical research company, but is secretly producing genetically engineered monsters that can be remote controlled, and are trying to sell those genetically engineered monsters to all of the world's militaries because they want to replace all soldiers in combat with their monsters to create their ideal bloodless warfare. So I've got Gao Inc. and ShinCorp are the two conflicting ones, and I have a third company. Now, the third company is a group that has no super science things with them, right? They're focused on humanitarian activities and researching new energy sources, like they're researching like nuclear energy and solar energy and wind energy and all these alternative energy sources, and they're trying to solve the world's energy problem, trying to do humanitarian work and solve world hunger and help people with getting like supplies for growing their own food, building, like they're doing all this humanitarian work. But because of their research into alternate energy systems, they become an enemy of ShinCorp. ShinCorp sees them as a threat. Probably because they do some medical, yeah, I'll have them do some medical research too. The third company is doing some medical research, and ShinCorp sees them as a competitor and is trying to destroy them. And they attacked once, and instead of giving up and folding as a company, this company bounced back and tried to rebuild themselves, and now are hiring the main characters, Gao Inc., as mercenaries to like guard their facilities. And now it's become a thing where ShinCorp's trying to destroy them, but it isn't working because they're there. Third company, Trez, Dre, or Sandcorp. Oh my gosh. Okay, Nabiru. I know, Nabiru. As soon as I saw Trez, I was like, wait a second. Wait a second. Mhm. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I could do dry. Don is funny because there's so many Japanese references between Gao and Shin. Don could be really funny. Actually, now that I think about it, that's funny. Hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second, Nabiru. Wait a second, Nabiru. I have a thought. I have a thought. I have a thought, Nabiru. Stan World Corp. So it's literally 3 world corporations. Like it's a third world company because it's trying to help develop third world nations. San World Corp. I'll say it's a French company just because it's funny. Monitored. Okay. Okay. So that's plot twist 2. He says, you know what? I have to tell my superior. I don't want this to be built like this. But the guy does it anyway. And drives off with a Guardian Angel armor Mark II with a Brave drive in it in the back. All right. Darkest moment. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, this will be enough stuff. He chooses to help instead of that. All right, so that's the darkest moment, right? Right there where, in that moment, because he chose to let that guy get away, like because he helped, 8 people survived of the 15 who were badly injured, right? But because that guy got away, they get attacked by this massive monstrosity that's just full of power. Seems to keep getting stronger and faster. That's where things are at their darkest. Block 8. $22. Power within. Okay. Okay. All right, so the beast is wrecking things. Hey, Happy Wolf. Yeah, so I know it's late. It's late for me. I'm trying to. Yeah, usually I would have ended Happy Wolf. I am working on outlining my next novel, and at the time when I would normally end stream, I had only outlined Act 1, and I was planning for a 3-act. I'm using the 27 chapter method by Katie Cat or Catty Cat or what? How do I pronounce it? Catty-tastic. I don't know where I got the cat from, but and I was like, I know that after I end stream, I'm gonna like clean up some of my notes and then I'm going to finish this. But I'm like, if I'm going to finish this, then I might as well continue the stream. Like, if I'm gonna finish it, I might as well finish it on stream, you know? Yeah, so this is a different story than I'm used to doing. Instead of mechs, it's dealing with person-sized power armor. And the big thing is they have this metal that generates electricity when exposed to strong emotions, and it's being used to power the power armor. And the main character is someone who's very emotionally intelligent and is very much in control of his emotions and can like let himself feel his emotions without getting lost in his emotions. Yes, endurance stream, Nabiru. Exactly, endurance stream. But yeah, so the character is struggling. Like, he normally is very emotionally intelligent, but then even his emotions are getting put through the ringer. So they have this thing called the Brave Drive that generates electricity in response to strong emotions. Hello, NW Country Girl. Welcome in on the Twitch side. So one other thing that's also different about this story is I'm writing the story with romance as a central part of the story. So basically, how this all started was like, I like to walk around and kind of daydream and let my mind wander. And sometimes I'll refine the daydream, come up with new ideas, expand things, do whatever. To a certain extent, yes. He can. That's one of the things he can do is he can generate really strong emotions, and he can keep his emotions at a high level without losing control of his reason. And he can kind of just make himself feel emotions because he's very emotionally intelligent and he's very strong with his emotions. I don't know how much I want to lean into that because if you get too far into that, it just gets cartoony. But the kind of thing is like he can hype himself up. He can get himself hype and feel the energy of the strong emotions. And anything he feels, he can let himself feel it really strong. But yes, this all started as a daydream. It kind of started as a daydream power fantasy, and I kind of based it's like a lot of my daydream power fantasies. It started as kind of a self-insertion power fantasy, whatever, and I imagined myself as this hero with one of the things that I value is my emotions. So imagining myself as a hero with I imagine myself as a hero with one of the things that I would very much value, I very much wish I had, which was the ability to let myself feel my emotions and not have it cloud my judgment, because I have gotten emotional and I have let it cloud my judgment before. Yes, too far and you become, that's the secret, I'm always angry. Exactly. Thank you. So one of the things that happens in the story is they develop this thing called the multi-link brave drive, which is where, so the brave drives can be made really small, and that's the thing about them, is they generate massive amounts of electricity for being very lightweight. And he can have like weapons and pieces of equipment and different pieces of armor that each have a brave drive equipped. And one of the things they discover is that once they get more, and they can link the brave drives together to create a multi-link brave drive system that exponentially increases the power output. So it gets to ridiculous levels, right? And but what happens once they get more than two things in the system, it starts having emotional feedback, where instead of just feeding off of the emotions, it starts to, depending on the situation, it'll loop back and feed energy back into the person's emotions, causing their emotions to very erratically change, being up or down or left or right, just these erratic and drastic changes of emotions that just are forced on the person who is using the multi-link brave drive. And one thing that the main character has is since he's someone who struggled with depression, and he struggled with anxiety, he struggled with PTSD, he struggled with all of these things, he is very, very used to his emotions suddenly changing with him having little to no control over it. Oh, thank you, NW Country Girl. I'm glad to have you here. So one thing about his name is Jonathan, and one thing about him is he is very, very experienced with his emotions drastically changing and him having not a whole lot of control over it, or him having to learn how to control his emotions when they are very drastically changing, which allows him to control the multi-link brave drive. Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting, NW Country Girl. What's your main character Ellie, or main girl Ellie like? PTSD based panic attacks? Okay. Lots of working through tragic backstory and magically repressed memories. Ooh, magically repressed memories always lead to interesting stuff. NW Country Girl. Okay. Is it the stereotypical, you've lost a lot of blood, you can't fight for long? Alright, and 23... action. This is just a big action scene. Slicing the beast's head off. "24 is converge. All the plot lines converge. All the stuff from... So this is where all the stuff from the midpoint, from the first act and the second act all come together. All these plot lines start coming together." Oh, wait, hold on. Still here? My mic still working? I went to adjust my the cushion on my chair, and part of my headset got caught on the table. I'm like, oh, I hope that didn't make a whole bunch of noise for you, because it made a noise for me. Loud and clear? Okay, great. Okay. So part of the conflict of the story is that the main character, he started as a janitor, right? In the first chapter, he's a janitor. And then he has, through this increasing escalation, become this warrior, fighting his way to like stop this beast that is feeding on people's fear. And at some point he sees Sunworld Corp, and he sees, like, he thought in the beginning of Act 2, he's like, they've become a paramilitary corporation, they're working as mercenaries, but they're being very specific with the kind of jobs they're taking. They're taking the jobs that are like rescuing people that have been kidnapped by pirates, guarding certain locations that have been attacked by monsters, certain things that are like unambiguously like good, kind of. And he's confident in that, and also because they use the electrically charged weapons, they're able to set their weapons to stun and very easily stun any human enemies that they come up against, and are able to accomplish their missions with minimal loss of life on all sides. And he's confident that because at the beginning of Act 2, he is confident that because he is completing these missions and he is doing this with killing as few people as possible, and he's leading this squad, that he is helping people. He has this ideal where he wants to help people. He always feels if he sees someone in need, he wants to help them, and he's got the hero's heart. He's motivated to help people and to try to make the world a better place. Very early on, when he meets the love interest, Lisa, and he talks to her son, when he first meets her son, he's just a janitor. And her son is just convinced that he's a superhero. And so he says kind of like cheesy, corny stuff like, we all can be a hero. The real hero is the friends you made along the way. If you can help at least one person, then you're a hero. It's about the decisions you make. We all can be a hero in our own unique, one-of-a-kind way by living in a way only we can. And this idea of all of us being everyday heroes, right? And he's convinced that like he is doing the best he can with what he's got. But then on one of his missions, he's sent to defend a base, to defend a facility being run by San World Corp. And he sees them building hospitals, building schools. He sees them feeding the hungry. He sees them working on setting up power generation through solar power, or setting up dams, or setting up wind farms in order to provide electricity and to provide things for all of these people, right? And he sees them trying to do these things and experimenting with new medicines, which actually I want to put that as well up here as one of the things they do. Trying to solve those problems. They've been researching alternate power sources. Breakthroughs. So he's got that whole thing going on where he sees these people that are doing this stuff that he starts to question what he's doing, right? And then in one fight, whenever he's defending their base, him and the other I made so many little potential snowballing changes that I'm going through chapter by chapter to make sure everything makes sense. That is so true. I did that with one of my other manuscripts and I just got burnt out trying to make all of those changes. Oh my gosh. I can complete a first draft of something, but where I always stumble is the edit phase. That is where I always stumble. But like, excuse me. But so anyway, he sees these people trying to help people. And in the next fight, he and his squad multi-link all of their brave drives together in order to superpower their attacks. So that way they can defeat this one really big monster. It's cheesy, but it fits in the story, I think. I hope. And in that fight, he actually looks at how much power his brave drives are producing, because when they're multi-linked, they increase exponentially. So he looks at how much power his brave drives are generating, and he looks at how much power he's using for all of his weapons, right? and he looks at the power usage for the rest of his squad on his command headset, on his command heads-up display. And he sees each one of them generated enough power over the course of that fight, just starting from when they multi-linked, to power a medium-sized city for about a week or so. I think it's for a couple weeks. Yeah, I think I said a couple weeks in my notes. Yeah, to run a medium-sized, no, for about a week. And so that's a conflict where he realizes they're generating enough electricity that they could charge all of these things. They could provide electricity to all of these places. The Brave Drive, because of how it's designed, can generate pretty much infinite energy, and has all this power. But they're just using it to power their weapons, to power their armor. And he starts to question his ideals and his dedication as a hero, right? And that's been a primary conflict over the course of the story, has been that he is struggling with that his that he could be doing so much more. And that's one of the things that happens in the darkest moment is they get attacked by a monster that interrupts their brave drives and starts feeding on their fear. And when he gets the power within, he gets given a new armor that has a 7 multi-link brave drive. And he's like, how many cities could this power? But he finally has to make peace with that he's going to do what he can with what he has. And he decides that he's going to help. He's going to save the people here at this base. If he can't give the brave drive to the world, he's going to help the helpers. And he has to make peace with that. Now that these plot lines are converging, these two things, the romance, the electricity usage, the dedication to heroism, and the conflict that's happening, it all converges, right? Here in Act 3. Mm-hmm. Okay, so how does this converge the electricity storyline? Okay, order the place. Okay. Okay. So now we're on to block 9. Lurk mode. Hey, nothing's wrong with that, NW Country Girl. So what happens here in this chapter, in chapter 24, is going to be, this is kind of all the stuff comes together, and everything comes full circle. Jonathan confronts the board of directors, and this is like this ultimate change because, like in chapter 1, he was a janitor who was offered a job as a test operator, right? And here he is, chapter 24, confronting the board of directors, saying, hey, we've been fighting this defensive private war, and it is escalating and it needs to be dealt with. We need to do something. You need to start doing something to track down where these attacks are coming from. We need to do something. And then Lisa, the love interest, backs him up and is like, hey, I can, with the research I've done, with some time, I can track down where these monsters are being sent from. I can track down where they're being controlled from. So they finally give in, and the board agrees. Okay, we'll do it. Start preparing for an attack to attack where these beasts are coming from. We'll go on the offensive. And then his second demand is that they partner with Sand World Corp or anyone, to look into using the Brave Drive for humanitarian purposes. They want his cooperation. They want him to play nice. He is the leader of their operation. He is currently the leader of their paramilitary corporation branch, right? Which I should have him being promoted at some point. So I'll say he promotes. He's been promoted. Okay. Okay. This is the resolution of the resolution. Battle. This is the big battle. So I'm gonna be real mad if I didn't get your name Elisa and I went with the wrong. Yeah, Dr. Elisa. Yes. Okay. Okay, track down all of the beasts. Bah, 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 bah. Bah, 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 bah. Okay. So there's escalation. Okay, so now we have escalation. So we went for him on his own. Then he's leading a squad. Then he's got 3 squads. Yeah, his squad and 3 squads. Now he has his squad and 4 squads. 2 other squads. So it goes 2, 4. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Mix of Guardian Angel Mark II armor and monsters. So here's a scene I want to have here. What I want to have happen here is a situation in which the bad guys are trying to use the Guardian Angel Mark II armor, but because of their decisions, because of how desensitized they've allowed themselves to become, how detached they've allowed themselves to become from reality, all in the pursuit of profit, they have become so emotionally dead inside that they can't activate their brave drives. Or they can't activate them enough in a combat situation. Like, they can activate them enough to keep themselves charged for just walking around, but actually getting enough power to power weapons? Nope. Don't do it. I mean, they can't do it. What's with the smile, Nabiru? I talk about enemies being dead inside and you're like, smiley face. Maybe a little bit, Jesus. I would say they've become so numb and desensitized that they don't even love their money anymore. They've just become dead. Oh no, they became fantasy nobles and one-shot shonen villains. Alright, listen, Nabiru, you don't gotta call me out like that. This was Okusen's idea. This particular scene was Okusen's idea. Okay. Okay, chapter 26. Climax. We're finally here, the Super Tulpa. Okay. Okay, so this is where they fight the Super Tulpa that is connected to a satellite network of brave drives that is collecting energy from all of the world's fear. Okay. This is kind of a darkest moment thing too, but it's the climax of the story. Multi-link with courage. I could do a really silly finish where like he cuts the whole like multi-story monster in half from top to bottom. But I feel like that's a little too much. So I'll say he cuts the head in half. Killing it. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's 134. This is an endurance stream, chat. Thank you all for sticking with me. I know not everybody has stuck with me so far, but I'm grateful to all of you that have. Okay. 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 Now for 27. Resolution. Okay, now the resolution. Oh, ba 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 ba. Mm-hmm. Mm. They're attacking all of the rivals and anyone who became a threat to them. Uh, uh, mm-hmm. Have the things wrapping everything up. Stopping a great threat. Nation Corp have been attacking. blah. Some of TriniCorp's R&D team and equipment managed to escape the UN's confiscation and is probably being used for horrific reasons. Much to Timmy's excitement. That doesn't resolve. That doesn't resolve. Hey, it's no problem, Noel Main. I know it's been an endurance stream. Thank you for coming. Thanks for being here. I know this has been a late stream. This turned into an endurance stream. Because I spent so much time talking in the beginning, I just didn't get started until real late. I should have jumped straight into this as soon as the stream started. Alright, I ended up on the black market. I don't know what to do with the San World Company. I need to resolve that. Than World Corp 2. Okay, leaves it open for possible sequels. Okay. Oh, that took a while. So, in the climax, there's the whole fight with the Super Tulpa. And it kind of goes power of friendship, where since they're multi-links draw in power from different areas, when they go to multi-link and they're all feeling courage, it draws in power from, it extends the range when it's only searching for one emotion. And what starts happening is that the multi-link network spreads as they all combine. Yes. The power of courage. As they all combine, but then what happens is it's not just all of them multi-linking. It's not just their 5 squads multi-linking, but they also start spreading out. Start spreading out, and they find out that other people are watching this fight, right? Other people are watching this fight across the countryside, in the villages, in the towns, and yes, I was actually inspired by in the second Gurren Lagann movie, that moment where they're fighting in space and they're fighting the anti-spiral, and it zooms down and you can see on Earth they're watching the fight happen, and then everyone's like, oh no, what's going to happen? Then it zooms in on Rasho, and Rasho's like, but this isn't enough to break them. They won't end here. And then the music starts playing, and then it zooms back out, and everyone's like, ah! So it's like that, except it's like, in that moment, Jonathan feels not just the courage of his squad and the other squads that are with him, but the courage of everybody across the countryside, all the neighboring villages and towns, as they're all cheering him on too, to defeat this great evil monster, as they could see him fighting. As he's fighting this massive behemoth. Ah. Oh my gosh. I just gotta write it. It's not even NaNoWriMo yet. We are nowhere near November, and I've got it outlined. There's no way I'm sitting on this till November. There's absolutely no way I'm sitting on this till November. This has been a ride, outlining this whole thing. I could do an entire second book from the perspective of someone working for ShinCorp. And tell their entire side of the story. That would be interesting. All right. What a ride. Anybody still here? Oh my gosh. Alrighty. All right. Oh, we've had a number of people come through. I just checked my stats on YouTube's. Had a bunch of people come through. All right. But never more than 4 people at once. All right, let's do the outro. This long endurance from almost 5.5 hours. Holy cow, chat. Holy cow, chat. I'm gonna sleep for like 2 days after this. Actually, hold on. Let me remove this. Anyway, if you liked the method that I used for outlining in this stream, I posted a link in the description on YouTube to the YouTube video that first described this method. At least I think it was the first one. And to the YouTube channel, I think it should have put a link to the YouTube channel of the person who first developed this method. I'm going to remember it. Caddy-tastic? Did I get it right? Yeah, Caddy-tastic. I knew I'd get it right at least once. Yes. Yes. All right. So let's wind down for the night. Let's say goodnight to everybody, even the people who aren't here anymore. We're going to say goodnight. For those of you who don't know, I like to end my streams by speaking positivity, words of positivity, positive affirmations, speaking goodness, hope, and joy into everyone's life, because I believe it's important for all of us to do that for each other in order to build positivity and a better community. So, to Jesus, Nabiru, Noel Main, Silva, who else was here? We had a bunch of people come through tonight. Oh, almost called out the bot. Francois, he was here. And that YH and a bunch of numbers who followed me, so I presume they were here. Well, so War Bandit Hades was here for a little bit. Happy Wolf. NW Country Girl. And anyone else who watched the stream and didn't say anything in chat, and to anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, I want to say to all of you, I love you. And I believe in each and every one of you. I think that you are truly special, one of a kind, and unique individuals. I believe that each one of you possesses a one of a kind ability to make this world a better place by living in it in a way that only you can. Thank you for coming to my stream, and thank you for being a part of my life and making this world a better place. Thank you for being amazing. I believe that you are worthy of love, deserving of happiness and good things, that you are valuable and valid and worthy. I believe that your hopes and fears and concerns and dreams are valid and worthy of notice. That you are important and that you matter. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. One thing I do ask is if you're watching on YouTube, like the stream. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out to other people. If you're watching on Twitch, then follow if you haven't followed yet. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, then you can follow me on all of the social medias. There are links to those in the description down below on YouTube and on the about panel on the about page on Twitch. Another thing I do ask is that if you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or relatives or rivals or friends to lovers, lovers to enemies, anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content or invite them to the next stream. It's great to have more people here. And yeah, that's always great. And sorry, I just got a crick in my neck. One last thing. If you don't have to donate to be here. You don't have to give money to be welcome in this community. I value each and every one of you. I thank you for giving me your time, your attention, and your energy. But with that said, I do appreciate everyone who has donated in the past and who will donate in the future to help make things possible in my life. Each one of you makes things possible that would not happen otherwise. I'm grateful to each person who has donated and who has just been amazing for me. And if you ever feel motivated to donate to improve the stream, to help me out with any number of things, and improve my life, and you are financially in a position in which it is safe and responsible to do so, there is links where you can do it down in the description below on YouTube and on the donate panel on Twitch. The donate panel on Twitch will take you to my Ko-fi, where you can donate as a one-time donation or set up for monthly donations. I don't have any rewards right now. It's more of just a way for you to say that you like to help me out with things, and I appreciate every little bit that comes that way. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for being amazing. Now, let's see if there's anybody. Is there anybody watching on Twitch? There's somebody watching on Twitch. Okay. Let's see if we can raid anybody on the Twitches. Who's live? It's 2 a.m. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Banicula's live. I haven't rated Banicula in... Sweets is live! We're rating Sweets. I don't know. I hope Sweets isn't... I haven't rated Sweets in so long. Raid... whoop. Good night, everybody. Be nice.